have to do boring admin now in the background to change all the headers. What do we do here? 170 to 181. Is it in the right playlist? Yes. Okay, one more bit of admin and then we're all good. Is done. Now go back to chat and see how many people survived. "26 people survived. Excellent. Well done, everybody. We're back." Mrs. Endurance is watching at work. Look at that. The boss is away. Mrs. Endurance will play. I hope you like the new addition to the main page, the last car, next car tabs. That should stop people asking that question quite so much. I've got another belt sander, Flynn. This is the second one we're on. They're called. The first one is called Sandy. The second one is called Sandra, or Sandra, if he was Australian. And I've got a spare motor. So between the two drives and the spare motor, we should be okay now. We could just rotate as they break. My dream car? That's such a hard question. Because I'm quite a practical person. So it might be like a top of the line Mercedes estate car, station wagon, whatever you call them where you are. I do like to get a 4x6 fence panel in the back of my car. But if I was rich enough not to have to lug around my own fence panels, I would probably have something really fragile and pretty like a Pagani. Something like that. Something exotic and fragile. Not a Bugatti. Matt Armstrong has shown me I don't want a Bugatti. Well, I've got a Volkswagen Passat which is 30% Bugatti, as we've discovered from his repair exploits. Do you call it a Mercedes or a Mercedes-Benz? Well, to be honest, my wife and I call them Mercedes, and we use that voice because my uncle once bought one and my dad saw it outside his house and he said, "Oh, Gerald's got a Mercedes." So we call them Mercedes just to be sarcastic. Yeah, I didn't know anything about majorettes. This one doesn't seem so fragile. You can see him in the background of the top picture poking around in front of the Mazda's nose. He's waiting. The metal feels good. The only thing that feels fragile on it is the wheels themselves. They don't feel like the hard wheels on a Hot Wheel. They're like a piece of chewing gum that's dried in the sun for 4 weeks. That's what they feel like. So I've got a horrible feeling that the belt is going to eat the wheels and the giant ride clearance that it's got at the moment will vanish almost instantly. I'm in a band with two rich boys, Pyrus and they've both got Audi RS, I don't know what number, but the most expensive one. So when we rehearse, there's two top of the line Audis and my Passat outside. But I'm the talent, damn it. Wade, we've already thought that. Mrs. Endurance wants to build a Lego Technic and put that on. When we get the wide track, I've ordered a wide track so we can run 2 cars side by side or larger cars. When we get that, we'll do that. Quite a long lead time on it though, because it's coming from that People's Republic of China by boat. I kind of hope this car does become the indomitable champion of the series, Kuba. Here's the problem I've got. I'm very excited about running side-by-side cars, which is going to be difficult on screen because obviously we will want to see the top-down view of both cars, and then we'll want to see the side of each car. We won't see the insides because there'll be door banging the whole time, and that'll all take up a lot of screen, so it might be quite small. And then because we'll be running side by side, we won't be running the single cars like this. So do I start a second channel for side by side running, or do I just keep everything on this channel and we get to it when we get to it? That's my preferred option. But I've realised there's a lot more potential in this idea than I first thought. Yeah, Scooby, that was a great car. At that time, in the early 2000s, I had a Mitsubishi FTO, and we did rather look down on the Subaru people in their basically souped up shopping cars, because ours looked like cut down Aston Martins. Yes, Scooby, everything on this channel, I agree. Thank you, Monkai, if that's how you say it. That's what this stream is for, really. Just to dip in, check for a minute, look at the chat, learn the new sayings, move on. We're not begging for attention, are we really? We're just here. We're your little friend that's always here. Yeah. In England there was a company called Lancer Evos, Motor something, I can't remember what they were called, but they had the rights to all the souped up Japanese cars. I can't remember what they were called. Dave Richards ran it, I think. Yes, Cobbett, how did that happen? YouTube have analytics, and I asked the analytics to sum up the channel today, and it was frothing with excitement at how fast it's taken off. But it can slow down just as fast, so I'm not getting any hopes up. See, Happy Person wants me to be working 24/7. I was thinking of cramming it all onto one screen. If we did the side-by-sides, that would be like 80% of the stream, but then I could have a single car just on the side in one little window, just crawling along. I'm going to try and improve the resolution as well, because I didn't really understand the streaming software when I started this, but I've done a lot of reading and I understand it a bit better now, so we can up the quality, I think. Yeah, that's my nightmare. What happens if the wheel falls off while I'm asleep? The car will just stand down to a nubbin. I do have a warning system. It's called, the user called Candy in the name, lives local but stays up all night, and she keeps an eye on it for us. She'll phone me up screaming if it dies in the night. Obviously, if the channel becomes a bit, becomes something that people love and it has to stay and it has to keep going, I'll ask people who live around the world to keep an eye on it, and I'll give them my phone number. And then, the 3 AM phone call from Malaysia will alert me to the disaster that's happening in my shed. We'll see how we go, Wade. I'll do it on the first channel to start with, but then if people start saying, oh, I preferred the single car, blah, blah, and other people, I like the double car, then we'll have 2 channels. At the moment, I don't think we have enough subscribers to spawn another channel quite yet. Yeah, at the moment, Cobbit, the chat is, I've left it unmoderated. There's different levels of moderation. If the chat starts getting unruly, I'll have to moderate it, but I don't want to. I'd rather it self-police. Last night, Candy, the other person that lives locally who stays up all night, said that the chat did get a bit unruly, but wiser heads chased off the idiot. I think that mainly we will have people like that on here. No one's come here for an argument, so if somebody does start, they'll go. Don't know if you remember during the Sora, the end of the Sora, we had somebody who started being a bit uppity, and I just blocked him straight away. There's no need for it. Sleeping is... I love sleeping. I was going to say it's overrated, but it's not. It's underrated. I love it. Yes, Katie Nova Nico. If you look on the blue bar at the top, it tells you what the next car is and what the last car was. And if you look in the description of the video, there's a link to pictures of the next 6 cars. No, Pete, we've been knob free so far, pretty much. I have banned all the naughty words. If somebody says a naughty word, the message doesn't show. Because, you know, we're playing with model cars here. There are going to be kids, even though I've set the channel not for kids. There will be kids here, so we just have to keep it clean, don't we, really? You're blind, Katie, I'm sorry. That raises a good question, doesn't it, really? A blind person would probably enjoy the noise. It's very calming. But how would they read the descriptions? Well, I guess if they can work YouTube, they can read the descriptions of the videos. And ours do have links. And I did tag the pictures with alts, so they do say what they are. And I think that's all I could do, other than having 24/7 live commentary, which my ego would enjoy, but I don't think would do the channel any good at all. Oh my god, Ferdinand had a majorette that fell apart in less than a week. Were you doing rough play, Ferdinand? Crazy Game Boy, this car has done 22 actual laps of Le Mans. So imagine that, this tiny car at real Le Mans going round 22 times. That's alright, Katie. I sort of knew that. I was playing along. It's like when I say I'm stupid, I don't really think that. Yes, I do. You just realised it's 2 in the morning for you. That's funny. My father-in-law just went blind, on a side note. Mrs. Endurance's dad. He had cancer of the stomach and it made him go blind. Figure that out. But it's so weird, the things that have had to change for the poor fella. I would hate to go blind. I'd rather be deaf and dumb before I was blind. I feel really bad for him. Well, sorry, Juicy, you've met that idiot. Thank you for the subscription. Oh, I never thought I'd say that. Ha! I won't say it again. I hate those people that beg for subscriptions. If they come, that's fantastic, but don't beg for them. It will be in kilometres per hour next time. No, we don't use kilometres, we use good English miles, sir. But I will add another line with kilometres for the people who use those, whatever they are. The next car, it's in the blue bar at the top of the screen. I must train people to look up there. I only just added it 10 minutes ago. I don't know that Fernando Alonso can remember his last win. In England we use miles, and our miles are very slightly longer than American miles, just like our gallons are very slightly larger than American gallons. No worries, Thrice Master, it's a very cluttered screen. I think we are going to break 20,000, yeah. What is there to go? 500 miles, so 5 hours, yeah, it's going to do that, isn't it? Thanks, Juicy, I appreciate that. The Calcutta Diecast Club, I love that. Brilliant. Are they really? What do you mean, Katie? The US customary units? So is that are you saying that the American customs use the metric system, or they use the imperial system based off of a metric system? How do I get the temp readings? Let's do it now, I'll show you. Let's do it right now, hang on. I have to get up the little graphic that I alter. I changed the colour of the word updated so everybody knows it's been updated. We go from green to red to green. I changed the date colour from light yellow to dark yellow, or from dark yellow to light yellow, so people know it's been updated. What's the date? It's the 6th. What's the time? I'll call it 10 AM, close enough. And now I get my trusty laser thermometer out and I go around the car. So with my trusty laser thermometer I point it at the wall in the room and I get 70. So then I change the graphic to say 70. Now we do the front tyres. If you watch the screen you'll see the little red dot from the laser thingy. Right, front right 76. The other side. Oh, they've caught up with each other. It's hot news. 76, 74. Front right. It's cooled down from yesterday. 76. Front left 74. Now we do the back tyres. Oh dear. Back right. There's hardly any tyre left. And it's very cool. 68. Back right. 74. Back left. What did I say? 68, 74. So 60, 68, 74. I have got an Arduino and I am going to automate a lot of this, but in between building a new track I haven't got time to learn programming yet, but I will. Okay, the road is at 74. Bing, bonk. What do we do next? The cockpit. Why do we do the cockpit? Because the axle is inside the car and all that rubbing inside the car make the inside of the car hot. And it is hot, 78. And finally, I do the armature of the motor that's driving everything just for my own peace of mind really, so I can tell if it's going to die. It's warmer. It's 81 in there. That's the warmest the motor has been compared to everything else. It's usually cooler because it's spinning. Right, that's all then entered. So then what I do is I export the graphic with the same file name as the existing one, and it should just auto-magically replace it like that. So let me look on my streaming software. Yeah, it's changed, so it should change for you a little bit after it did for me, although I am now speaking to you later than I'm talking. It's very complicated. No, I don't think Max will join Mercedes next year. I think they'll have Antonelli. There we are, it's updated. I don't think you'd want Verstappen and Antonelli fighting in the same team. I don't think they'll stick with Russell though. I think Russell has fallen out of favour with everybody. I think his demeanour rubs people the wrong way. Nearly driven from Sydney to Perth in scale kilometres, but that's only 40 hours in real time at the speed limit. Doesn't add up. How far is it from Sydney to Perth? You can't say in scale kilometres because Sydney and Perth are real distance. You have to multiply the real distance by 64 to get the distance in scale kilometres. My worry with putting WD-40 on the axles, Flynn, is that it will get onto the belt and then it will get into the rollers and then the belt will start slipping. Although I was spraying WD-40 on the other belt sander like a lunatic when it was making bad noises. So if it's 3,200 kilometres from that Australian town to that other Australian town, that means it's 204,000 scale kilometres. So yeah, we're approaching that distance now, isn't that right? Night night, Pyrus. I like Kimmy as well. It's Australia, Katie. I think they do whatever they like. I don't know that they... I think over there law is just a suggestion. It's just, you know. I hope Lewis wins, happy person, but yeah, I'd like Kimmy to win. I want Lewis to get another one just so he can have the one back they stole from him. I'd love Max to go endurance racing full time. Thank you, Kana. We've been talked about on the TikTok. I'm too old for TikTok. They had to persuade me to start a Discord on here. I wasn't in favour. I don't know what these things are. Although I'm not so old that I use Facebook. I have got a Facebook, but I hate it. A horrible place. Thank you, my boy wife. You can send a car. Lots of people have, though. That is the only problem. There's quite a queue. So it might not show up for quite some time. If you want to email me, you can email me on Steve P, and that is spelt STEEVP. Because if your name's Steve, you can't have anything with Steve in it. STEEVP@hotmail.com. That'll get to me. So just send me an email saying you want to send a car and I'll tell you where to send it. Wow. Wow, Gasly and Checo are your favourite F1 drivers. You a weird person. Mrs. Endurance hates those two. Hello Matt, the longest car is the one you're watching. We've only done 3 because this takes a long time. We haven't exactly got a huge pile of cars behind us, but this is the winner. With picking favourite Formula 1 drivers, I usually pick one at the front, one in the middle and one at the back, so I've always got a race to watch. So this year I'm liking Lewis at the front, Piastri in the middle and Albon at the back. They're my boys this year. There's a dead insect hanging off of my monitor. It's a good sign that it's dead because it means it's got nothing to eat. But I don't like it being in here. It's meant to be an insect-free zone. Hanging in a cocoon like he's going to spawn hundreds of others. Right, that's him cleaned up. Well, I should really get to work building the next rolling road. So you are going to hear the car, but you are also going to hear a table saw going on in the background. We move on to the next car when this one can no longer spin its wheels. Rav Nathan, if I'm saying that right. So if anything happens to this car, which in the real world would stop it, so if a wheel locks up or it flips off the track and explodes, anything like that, this car is then deemed to have finished. We vote, the chat votes. We look at the car and we say, should it end now? Because X, Y or Z has happened, and then that's the end of the car. Once we've voted it ended, I go and make a little video summing up the entire experience, and then we launch another one. Yeah, I like Oliver Bearman. He's great, Wade. I think he's very not underrated, he's very good. I know, how do they take such abuse? I guess they make them to be played with by unruly children who don't look after their models. I was never that child, I looked after mine. Yeah, Game Boy. I like to see Audi and Cadillac do good too. I don't know how Alonso hangs on. It must be so depressing driving at the back when you know you could drive at the front. Oh, cool, Rav Nathan. That makes a change. I was calling Lissac Lisa all last night. I gave him a full sex change and everything. I've changed him back. He's a boy again now. But no, not banished to the bin, Scooby. I should have clear coated it and kept it. I have kept it, but a lot of the dirt fell off. It still looks like it's been through a small war, but they're all going to go in a display cabinet. I'm going to cut a piece of tread off of each of their belts and put it under the car so it looks like it's still on the road, and then put them in a display cabinet with their stats. And then my grandchildren, of which I have none, can sell it on eBay when I die. Yeah, I still have my childhood toys. Let me show you how old I am. Oh, I'm going to put the live cam on, everybody. It's going to get fruity. Are there any modern cars in there? No, I don't think there are. Right, where's live cam? Okay, we're going live, everybody. Hold on to your hats. I've made live cam massive, so the actual thing's going to vanish. Here we go. There's my childhood Matchbox super fast. Oh, nearly showed my part. Collector's carrying case. I was so pleased with this when I got it when I was a kid. But there we are, original Matchbox Superfasts. These are ancient, but this is how old I really am. Metal wheeled cars from the old ancient times, heavily played with. Nothing collectible. I hated the person who gave me that bus. Who would ever want a bus? We could run a metal wheeled cement mixer. I don't know if that's what turns people on. But weren't toy cars boring? That being said, the little Jaguar was fun. Rubber tyres, very impressed by that. But that's what used to pass for fun before fun got fun. This is a good car. This is a Corgi Rocket, if you can see that. You could take the, that's a lovely little car. I won't run it because it'll break it. But you could take the chassis out on those. I've no idea why. You got a little key with it that took the chassis out. Of course I've lost the key. There's a Redline Diora with the red lines worn off. It's in a terrible state, but it rolls. We could destroy that. Look how thin they are. Old Hot Wheels wheels. Sort of tapered on the inside. Anyway, that's how old I am. I sold a lot of Corgi cars the other day. I didn't realise what I had, and I just put a photo of about 30 of them on a Diecast group and said, who wants this? And somebody offered me a stupidly low amount of money, and I sent them to him, and then somebody else wrote and told me what each one was worth individually, and I ripped myself off big time there. But if it makes him happy, he can have them. They were only in the cupboard, not doing anything. I've only got 3 Superfasts in their original boxes. I liked to play with my cars when I was a kid. Originally, Wade, the plan was to start one on a Sunday night at 7 PM UK and see if it could get to 7 PM the following Sunday. This is the first car with those rules, and well, that's been done. So now we'll just run it until it dies, and then I'll take a day or two to get everything refurbished and ready to go again, and then I'll launch another one. I'd like to do them back to back, but I think it might be nice having a day or two off so you miss the place. Yeah, the purple paint on the Corgi is lovely. I remember when I got that as a kid and it had its little key to remove the chassis and everything, and I thought, this is fantastic. So my question to little me now is, why didn't you get some more? Why did you just... Perhaps I was just happy with the one. Oh, do you want to... Oh. Want to see my midlife crisis sports car? There we go. I'll have to put live cam on again to show you, obviously. Where is live cam? There it is. Okay, that's my midlife crisis sports car. I had one of them. I loved that car. I imported it from Japan to England, and I drove around like a king for 2 years, and then I got a £14,000 tax bill. That was the end of that car. The government made me sell it. I've not forgiven them. But I still have the memories and the model. No, I'm not related to Louis Theroux. He's far too cool for me. He wouldn't talk to me. The FTO was a fabulous car, Scooby. It really was. High revving V6. Yeah, you're not wrong, Richard Brooke. In Gran Turismo, the FTO is fantastic in Gran Turismo because it just handles so well. You could beat much faster cars. I used to like going up against Supras in the FTO because the FTO's front wheel drive, the Supra's rear wheel drive, and they would always lose it on corners, always. But like you say, you could only progress so far before somebody with a proper car came along. Much like real life. Yeah, I've heard of Tomica, Rav Nathan. I've been looking at buying a Tomica, but I haven't found one that looks cool enough. There was some nice Ferraris. I don't know about Twitch, Mike. I know of Twitch and I have got a Twitch account and I can set the streaming software up to send stuff there as well. But I don't know that I've got the mental capacity to administer it properly, so I wouldn't moderate it and I wouldn't have any involvement. It would just be there. So I don't know what to do about that. I don't know what version of Gran Turismo I had, Katie. Probably an early one, because he's old. What, 150 a month for insurance? That's crazy. I should get round to it, Mike, if this becomes a thing. Because at the moment this is taking up mainly, well, most of my day, to be frank. I should be making running vests at the moment. I design running vests. And I've got a little pile of emails of jobs to do. But instead of doing that, I'm in my shed shepherding this car. So at some point, either I've got to do less of this or do this full time. And obviously if I started doing it full time, then I could probably spare the brain bandwidth to do Twitch as well. I can't do a Miata next, but there's definitely one on the list. Yeah, a Miata versus an RX-7. Is that a fair fight? Not really. Miata MR2, is that a fair fight? Yes, Ferdinand. Well, I sort of have a job. I work part-time designing sports tops, running vests. I do probably 4 or 5 hours a day doing that. But officially, I've stopped working. I don't want to harp on with my miserable life, but I had cancer and I had to stop working. So, but I'm all right now, don't worry. 5 years on, it's all gone. But I had to start again, so I went from working on the tools to working on the computer. Thanks, boy wife. I'll read it in a bit. The computer in the shed is set up just for streaming. I haven't even got an email program on it. Yeah, me too, Katie. Mrs. Endurance knows more about it than I do. I was unconscious most of the time when it got rough, but it wasn't fun. No, they're really not a big brand at all, Rav Nathan. I had to research what they are, and Are they the company that do the Neo range? Aren't the Neos supposed to be the good ones? I did Google them, but they were really expensive. Yeah, it did, Richard, I guess. Yeah. Thanks, Flynn. It's doing 110, Yanita, because we were going to do 100 mile an hour for every car to keep things fair. But then when the belt started to break, the previous one, we turned it up a little bit because it was labouring. And I've just left it there, basically, just to keep the run the same. If it goes much faster, it starts to look unreal. It starts to look a bit like a cartoon. This is sort of a fairly realistic running speed. You want a shed tour? Why, are you casing the joint? There's nothing in here worth nicking. I'll give you a shed tour. Right, here we go. Going live. Going live, everybody. Right, this is the rig. We'll get to the shed in a minute. This is the right-hand car camera with my first version of the mounting system. That's the fan I turned off because it was blowing the dirt off the car. That's the F-150 patiently waiting its turn. There's the stadium style lighting, because you wouldn't believe how much light you need. There's the back camera. There's the left camera. The car from the other side. The whole thing started out just on this little bit of wood in the middle. Do you see the dirty bit of wood? That's what the first two cars were on. Then I added these wings to mount the cameras on because I got more cameras. There's the microphone. There's the charging systems for all the many different makes of battery. There's some tools. There's the door open to the English countryside. There's my vise. There's my press drill. There's a miter saw with the wood I'm going to make the new thing out of. Here's everything, all my junk in boxes. There's my pizza oven, very important. There's the computer and the interface. There's the upcoming car pile. This is mess. There's more mess. That's my soldering station with mess. Old cars, more tat, unfinished roof, more tat, big speakers for listening to loud music, which I can't do while you lot are in here listening to the car. Back at the car, shed tour. I made the shed myself last year. It nearly killed me. Yes, we've got an F1 car coming up. They will work. Oh, if they are sentient, Katie, we all know that. The little blue F-150, he's thinking, yeah, I can outlast that stupid small-wheeled idiot. I'll just turn it up, random car guy, at the very end when it starts to break. Yeah, Richard, it's a shed, not a garage. I keep the McLaren with the Koenigsweg in the garage, obviously. Oh, who'd keep a Koenigsweg in their shed? Yeah, I can show you the suspension on the majorette. Let's get some light on it. Hang on, there we are. I'm not going to pull it apart and show you the inside, but live cam. I keep clicking the wrong button for live cam. Right, there we are. There's the underside of the F-150. Can you see that piece of wire there? As far as I can tell, that goes front to back and rests on top of the axles. And then the car itself, let's get some gap under it. You see, it's got that much travel. So I'm hoping it will ride along, riding the road like that. But it feels quite, that would be good. But it feels quite stiff. And also, it's got opening doors. So it's got built-in peril. They're quite stiff at the minute, but they could just, you know, fly open at an inopportune moment, couldn't they? Adding special jeopardy to the whole deal. Right, I won't put the F-150 back because I want to work on that spot in a minute. Just had an unsavoury comment in the community section that I had to delete. Look at that. I tried to lower the grit of the sandpaper, happy person, but I couldn't find anything smoother. This one feels really smooth to the touch, honestly. It does, somebody did the math on here the other day and it does scale up to being like a normal road, so I'm fine with it. The side-by-side racing is going to be on a rubber track, so there won't be any dust on that unless I inject some for fun, which you know that's going to happen, don't you? See you, Richard. We'll see you in 10 hours when this car is still going. Take care. The car is quiet, Unita, because I've turned that side of the interface down so I could talk. Look, here we go. That's the normal volume, but I turn it down when I'm talking. I don't know if people like me talking or not. I just pop on and do half an hour here and there for a change, mainly because it's easier than typing. Yeah, I like the top-down view best. It's just a shame that camera... Why is everything locked up here? Oh, it's not. Thank God for that. All of my screens are blocked up. I like the top-down view, but that camera was white balance, will not behave. You're giving it till Wednesday, random car guy. I don't think that's a bad shout. Hiya, Patrick. It's fairly wild for a sedentary car. Thanks, Katie. I don't know if I can turn everything up, Unita. I've got the little fader quite far to the top. Let me turn it up a bit more. There we go. Is that better? Oh, I'm in the yellow. As a professional recording artiste, I don't want to be that loud. There we go. Thanks, Patrick. I don't do a lot of talking on here, as I said. I try and just do the intro and the inevitable disaster at the end when it grinds to a halt, and then I just pop in every now and then in between to make sure everybody's happy. I don't know how a motorcycle would work. Let me Google it, Ferdinand. People keep saying do a motorbike, and then I keep asking, how do you keep a motorbike vertical? So let me look. I'm putting into Google Hot Wheels motorbike, because if anyone makes one, they do. I thought I was putting that into Google, but a pop-up popped up asking me if I wanted AI. No, I don't. Yeah, how does that... I can see these motorbikes. How do they stand up? Me no understand. And why haven't they got drivers on them? No, I can confidently predict we won't be doing a motorcycle. Oh, sorry, Rav Nathan, I didn't see that. I was probably showing people something else. Let me go up and have a look. Yeah, that's exactly what I found about the Neos. They were very expensive. They look fabulous. There's a green one of a, I can't remember what it was. It was an endurance car. But it's, can you hear my dog? There's a light aeroplane going over and she likes to scare them off. She's going mad out there. Yeah, anyway, I couldn't afford the Tomica Neo, but it did look fabulous. Mrs. Endurance wants to start a channel where she just does Lego Technic cars to destruction. It's a Boston Terrier, Wade. Mad as a box of frogs. She hates the shed because I disappear into the shed for hours at a time. And on normal days she sits on my lap while I make vests, running vests, and then we go for a walk and then we play in the afternoon. So she normally has a lovely life, but since I've been in the shed she's become an orphan. And she won't come in the shed, she hates the shed. So I am feeling quite guilty talking to you when I should be looking after my elderly dog. That would be nice, Flynn. If it did become a self-sustaining thing, I would take it more seriously. At the minute, you know, if it hacks me off, I'll stop doing it. It's not, I haven't got anything riding on it, have I? For instance, if the chat just turned into morons shouting at each other or anything like that, it would stop. But at the moment, I love the chat. I love everybody. Everyone seems really chill and they get it, what we're doing. We're making the opposite of shorts. Everybody wants shorts now with thumbnails that say, "You won't believe what happened," and AI drawings of atomic explosions in someone's head. Trump freaks out, he's gonna die, and then you watch the video and it's just the same old drivel. None of it's real. We have a thumbnail that looks like the screen and we're quite chill, aren't we? We make longs. Yes, Flynn, I agree. If it stays on that trajectory, it could become, you know, a real thing. But surely it's going to top out at some point. No, happy person, that's exactly what shorts are for. Did you see, I've forgotten his name again, UDF is it? I've forgotten the name of the guy who did the short. 3 letters garage, UDF guitars garage, I can't remember his name, I'm very grateful. But he made a short that brought a lot of people here. The most people came here from an article in Drive magazine. They did an article on the first car and that pushed 1,000 people here in a day. But yeah, shorts are great. If other people want to make shorts, you know, off the back of this channel, feel free. But I just like the long form. Exactly, Hugo. UFD Garage, thank you, happy person, that's the one. He did a nice little piece. I don't know if he still watches, I hope he checks in every now and then, that would be nice. Seemed like a cool guy. I hadn't heard of him before, but I've subscribed to him now. Yeah, Reddit is where this started, Gaza. Somebody else was talking about they ran a car on it, they ran a Cybertruck. Can never remember his name, he's always got such a long name, I should learn his real name. I'll tell you his name. It's rude not to credit the guy. Right, Organic Squirm. Yeah, why can't you remember that, Steve? User Organic Squirm ran a Cybertruck on a rock tumbler, so it wasn't exactly a scientific test, but it stayed on the rock tumbler for like 16 days. And then he kind of used math to figure out how far it had gone. And I said to him, next time you do that, you should stream it. Didn't get a reply, so then I replied again and I said, if you don't do it, I'll do it. And he didn't do it, so I did it. I changed the format, obviously. This isn't a rock tumbler. And I loaded it with stats. And I put a lot of work into it. So those things aside, it was his idea. But we're not hiding from that. Yeah, Scooby. There's a channel called Ted Coningsby, and it's just a guy with a camera and a teddy bear, and he goes to RAF bases in England and live streams what goes on. And I usually have that on in the background. He'll do like an 8-hour stream, quite often with 4 hours with nothing going on, just an empty field and some birds. But he chats away and it's relaxing. I like it. Well, Wade, it depends what you're doing tomorrow. If you've got, you know, surgery and you're saving an old person's life, you should probably go to bed. If, on the other hand, you're just going to sit on your couch and eat Doritos, you should stay up. I don't know. Hello, Space Sheep. That's a great name. Another good YouTube channel is Mend It Mark. He's a guy who just repairs electronic stuff. But the guy's a genius, an absolute genius. Nothing stops him. If he gets to a point where there's a chip in something that they don't make anymore and he can't get one of, he makes a chip. Just does it. The guy's a genius. He's got a lovely giggle when he breaks something. It's fun. Do you watch Mr. Hughes, Scooby? Yeah, spaceship. Space sheep. It is shaking. The belt's not the best quality, this one. The previous one was smoother. This one came out of the packet much worse than this. It has smoothed down a lot, but it is a bit too jumpy. I'll fix that on the next run. Yeah, Dave B. I think the rear axle is held on by imagination at this point. Mr. Hughes is a tank channel. They pull old tanks out of hedges and get them going again. It's quite interesting. They show you a lot of the insides. It's a big channel, Mr. Hughes. Very, yeah, H-E-W-E-S. Mr. Hughes. It's 1,000 grit, Flynn. Dave B, if you go back and watch there's 2 videos on the front page of the channel showing you the previous 2 cars in like documentary form. They only take 4 minutes to do the whole 5 days or whatever. If you watch the Sora one, the rear wheel on that was coming out of the body. Probably 80% of the thickness of the wheel was coming out of the car and then going back in, and it did that for 2 days. Everybody was saying, oh, it's going to die any moment now, look, it's going to die. No. And then when it finally started really braking, it still took another 2 hours. It was the tensest 2 hours of TV we've ever done. It was brilliant. New rule. Okay, let me read. Hugo. If a car reaches a week and a day, we keep raising the speed by 100 the 10 miles per hour. At the minute, I don't have the technology to raise it by 10 mile an hour because I touch the switch and it goes about 50 mile an hour quicker. I've only got to look at the switch and it changes temperature. Speed, not temperature. Yeah, I've heard of Shaun the Sheep. I'm English. Isn't Shaun the Sheep English? Yeah, that's right, Dave. The one with the rubber tyres. Those wheels were flapping around like God knows what. A donkey's ears before they came off. See you, Wade. Take car. I think so. Mind you, he's a sheep. He could be Australian. I've never watched it. It's not. I'm not the target demographic for Shaun the Sheep. No, it's not. Happy person, look, I'll show you. You'll hear it slow down. I'll increase the tension. I'm really pushing on the tension roller now. And it's not stopped the bouncing. There's a little defect on this belt where the join is. Hello, Studied Rides. UFD Garage was very kind to us making that short. We were just discussing that. I don't normally talk, by the way. This is normally just the sound of a car. You've caught us during one of our rare chatty sessions. Yeah, I like it, Hugo. I like the bouncing. Gives it some life. And also, when I glance across at the screen, if all three cars are twitching, I know that all three cameras are working. Whereas last week, this car looked like a photograph. It was just sat there. I hope that the next belt bounces a bit like this so that the suspension on the F-150 gets a chance to actually work. Although I don't know if the car is heavy enough to make the suspension work, but it must have an effect, surely. See you, Unito. We'll see you later, hopefully. Yeah, Musa X4. When I put this on the belt 8 days ago, I honestly thought it would last 2 days. It feels flimsy, this car. It's got a plastic under tray, tiny wheels. They're really little wheels compared to the other cars. And yet, here we are. I don't know if it will outlast another belt. The first belt, don't forget, had done all of the GT40 and all of the Sora and 3 days of this car before it let go. So, and that's the whole machine, I mean, not just the belt. The whole machine gave up. So I bought another one and we replaced it live on stream. If you go back to, I think it was Thursday, the end of Thursday's stream, we changed it live on stream. Mrs. Endurance did the camera work, and we put the new belt sander in, and then I refurbished the old one. The old one runs great again now. In fact, it runs nicer than this one. So we'll probably switch it back for the next car, and then I'll refurbish this one and so on, and then we'll just keep swapping them. I've got a spare motor as well, so I can change the motors. Yeah, the Cobra couldn't it, with its big wheels? Oh, social coma Candy has woken up. You've not missed anything, Candy, really. It's been solid all night. There was a little bit of trash talk in the chat, but grown-ups chased him off, so that's good. Studied Rides. A real rotary could dream of lasting this long. It would be more of a nightmare though, wouldn't it? It wouldn't work. I tried to email the Mazda Corporation of Japan just to tell them what fun we're having with a model of their car, but they haven't got an email address on their website. There is no contact point on their website. What's that all about? I'm glad I didn't buy a Mazda. Oh, I think I'll write to the company. No, you won't. See you, Patrick. Oh, sorry. Take car. No, on paper rotaries make a lot of sense, don't they? But like you say, they get a bad rep, mainly because we've all seen so many blow up. There you go. Gazza is living proof. I am going to make a museum of all these cars, but there's only 3 at the moment. It's a fairly poor museum. Wait till we get the Mini GT on there. Yeah, but you live at the rough end of town, Candy. I live at the posh end. Sony are a weird company, aren't they, Hugo? When I was a kid, Sony were like the benchmark for quality products, and then all of a sudden they just became a company that put their logo on crappy products. Is the UK nice? It's alright. I used to live in a lovely part of the UK, and now I live in a hellhole, so I'm biased. There are beautiful parts of the UK, but then there's where I live. Yeah, I agree, studied rides. On the other hand, the wing mirrors on the GT, the Mini GT, are plastic. So, you know, they will stand a hit and they won't snap off. Or they won't grind off, they'll just bounce. I don't know how it's going to fare. The wheels don't look very strong, to be honest. The rubber seems very soft on the wheels, and I don't think they're meant to run on a track, let alone a track made of sandpaper. But what if it goes for a long way? What if it gets into second place or something? The Mini GT Corporation of wherever the hell Mini GTs come from will be really pleased, won't they? Perhaps they'll answer their emails when we start. Maybe I'll email them. Ditto Majorette. Is there a Mini GT Reddit sub? Because I bet they monitor that, don't they? If there is one, let's have a look. Reddit. Mini GT. Yes, there is a Mini GT subreddit. And I've joined it. Right, I'll post to the Mini GT subreddit and tell them what's going to happen, and you watch them be annoyed. They'll have no sense of humour about the whole thing, and they will be angry that one of their precious cars is actually doing something. Yeah, we're going to get to that, Moose Rex. When we've figured out what the average runtime for each make is, which is probably going to take 6 months, once we've done that, we'll get into modding, and then we'll start making, you know, strides into what makes things endure. Studied rides, yeah, you see, they're not going to like it, are they, if we prove that they're fragile. Yeah, Hugo's right. But I think the tide is turning. What's that electric truck in America, the Slate? That looks very customer focused. I like the look of that. See you, happy person. Oh, sorry. Take car. I agree, Dragonly, but it's, you know, it's fun, isn't it? We have to run them. We can't just stick with one brand. Random car guy's back. Hello. The Reddit sub is very busy, Hugo. Very busy. We've set up a Discord for this channel. It's linked in the video description, and the people are sharing their collections in there. And I put pictures from behind the scenes of in here in there, if you're into Discord. What's a scalper hub, Dragonly? Explain. I think they're aiming for 25 grand, Scooby, until you start buying all the attachments to turn it into an SUV. If you buy the base truck, I think they announced it was 25 grand, but you get literally nothing for that. 2 seats and a flatbed. It's manual window winding. It's grey. But for 25 grand, you've got a workable vehicle, and you can add the SUV back to it later on. I think it's a great idea. And they encourage you to repair it yourself as well. It comes with the tools. If you buy a part, it comes with the tool to change the part. So I think they're to be applauded, and I hope it works. I hope they come to England. I'll have one. Yeah, it does go up a lot, happy person. The SUV back, I think, takes it over 30. I think that was 7 grand or something on the video I watched. But you know, what a great option. They'll wrap the whole car as well for $700, which is a deal. Yeah, the mileage is low, but how many miles do you do in a truck if you work in the town where you live? I used to work out of a truck, and I did a lot of miles. It wouldn't have worked for me in England, because I used to do 60,000 miles a year and work an 8-hour day, well, a 10-hour day on top of the driving. I was a car destroyer for quite some time. But now the low mileage wouldn't bother me. I'm looking at leasing an EV at the moment with only 250 mile range, and I would never do that around here. I'd probably keep the diesel for the long drives, but night night, Wade. Take car. Anyway, I'm waffling. I'm not getting anything done. You need to hear the sound of a table saw while I make the new streaming rig. So I'll keep you on in the background, and I'll come and say hello every now and then. But I'm going to go for now. It's 11 o'clock already, and I've done nothing. Oh, right, okay, I get you. That kind of scalper. I understand, Dragonly. I understand. I've seen people even in Lego groups complaining about Hot Wheels scalpers who turn up and just, you know, push everybody out the way and rummage through the new stock to buy 10 of the same car. I don't do nerdy talk, Candy. I do very insightful philosophical commentary. Thank you very much. No random car guy, but I have got another one. I've got another GT40 identical to the first one, and I'm going to run that on this tetherless system, because then we will have data between the tether and the non-tether. I think the tether helped make the mess, and it helped the car keep going when it was no longer capable of going. But I also think by holding the car straight, the tether helped brake the car. So I definitely prefer this way of doing things, but it would be nice to know the difference. Yeah, they're mainlines, Candy. They're the cheapest version. If you go down to Smythe's, the proper toy shop, they'll do you one for £9. The Sora that we ran last time was £9, not £1.50. This one was, I got this one on eBay. I think I paid £5 including postage. Candy, I went down Smythe's last week to buy one of these Mazdas, and they didn't have one. They didn't have one. But I did have to look through about 500 little cars hanging on pegs before I found out that they didn't have one. I went to the lady on the till and I said, do you know what Hot Wheels you've got in stock? Could you type in your computer and tell me if you've got this particular one? And she just looked at me like I was an idiot. So no was the answer. Thanks, happy person. You should join our Discord. We've got a very good food section starting on there. Right, that's it. Come on, I have to stop talking. I could talk all day. I'm not going to talk all day, you'll be pleased to hear. I'm not going to run a car backwards, random guy. You need to go to Gravity Throttle Racing or whatever he's called for that. Quite often cars finish backwards on that. I love his channel, very good. Okay, right, minimise that window, minimise that window. Open that window, keep an eye on it. Right, it's me signing off. I'll see you all later. Bye for now. Alonso! Okay, that's that for a bit. Return you to your ASMR. Ew. Table saw. Different kind of saw. Same kind of, different kind of saw. More saw. Last bit of sawing for now. Sorry, I didn't yell saw. It was a quieter saw. I didn't think I needed to. You won't have to again. Lighter saw. Lighter saw. Lighter saw. Lighter saw. Lighter saw. Lighter saw. a dog. table saw. That sounded like my dad then. Sorry. Sorry again. A bit clumsy. Table saw. set square. And it. Hello, I'm back. I've walked the dog. I've built the main frame of the new streaming rig. And now I've come here for advice. I think that too, Scooby. I think it's just going to become a sled, and then we'll have to put little Christmas garlands on it and run it till December. So somebody asked earlier, why can't we rewind the live streams? And that's been bugging me too. It turns out I have to enable something called the DVR feature, which I've done. But this stream's still not letting me rewind it. So I wonder if I restart the stream now and dig around in the settings a bit when I restart it, if I'll be able to enable the rewinding business. RxDER. In English, you can substitute any emotional word for any other emotional word, or any other word. For instance, fudge is a type of sweet confection, but it can also be used instead of an emotional word. You fudging idiot, for example. You fudged that up. And that will harm nobody. Fudge, it's delicious. I don't know, Hugo. Currently rolling on the road. On the rolling road today. Currently rolling on the road. Yours is taking up more screen real estate. Might just change it for today. Then I can get more other things up the top there. See, Trippy's got it. He speaks the Queen's fudging English. You could say, take car, you fudger. Gravity is holding the car down, Mr. S396 Shark. If you look closely, there's little plastic buffers on each side of the body, stopping it coming off of the track, clear plastic buffers, and one at the back from stopping it being thrown across the room. We had a short lesson in polite swearing, Cobbett, and we've decided that fudging is fine. No car's going to beat this, Hugo. Oh dear, look at Stockton Crushed asking to be kicked out. I am doing it on a Puta, Trippy, and it is enabled. When I go to the relevant YouTube page, it's turned on, but I don't know if I need to turn it on OBS, which is what I'm streaming from. When I'll look when I restart the stream in a minute. That's why I've come on to chat, to warn everybody that I'm going to restart the stream. Beautifully booted, Trippy, beautifully booted. Straight out through the window. Nobody's looking at moderator chat on the Discord. Sad. Well, that's interesting. I turned off the low pass filter on the microphone and it sounds better. Yeah, Ferdinand, I will. I'll restart the stream now, and let's see if I can find the switch that turns it back on. If I'm gone for some time, don't panic. Hang on, let me make a thumbnail. I always have to make a thumbnail for the next one, which is boring, because all the thumbnails look exactly the same, but they are all different. It's the extra work like this that people appreciate, Steve. Yes, I know. Right, thumbnail 20. Blimey, we're on 20 videos for this stream. Oh, and also I have to do some maths to work out what hour we're in. God damn it. We are in hour 7 times 24 plus 19. We're in hour 187. Blimus. Okay, I'm going to restart the stream right now.